will be facilitated by him from Anakbayan Toronto, and then Mike of Friends of the Filipino People in Struggle. If you need to go there upstairs, you just exit, take a right, and go up the stairs, and then it's the first door to your left. And then moving step by step with the masses, it's happening in the main lobby where all those comfy looking chairs are. It's being facilitated by Christy and Jeff of Sulong UBC, and Len and Miguel of Anakbayan BC. Also to note that the children, the child minding is happening in the same area. So just to be mindful of the kiddos and the families there as well during that workshop.
Yeah, so to go there now, and then everyone else can follow them in just a second. For folks who have things on the chairs here in the theater, if you can take them with you wherever you're going, because the arts and culture workshop will be in here. Yeah. Yeah. So Rosie was just saying that there's a place to hang coats right before the lobby to the left if you need to hang them up.
Right.
Yeah?
Maybe we'll workshop by workshop.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. So we'll do workshop by workshop. So first, the folks who are doing the Solidarity Beyond Borders, so that's the International Solidarity Workshop, if you can make your way out. So up the stairs, follow Mike who's there, go up towards where Alquin is. Mike just left.
Mike just left.
Mike just left, so follow the path. Follow his aura.
Could be anywhere. Who knows?
All right, so it looks like most people are heading out, so now we're going to get everyone doing step by step, so moving step by step with the masses, with Sulong UBC and Anakbayan BC. So Jeff is over there at the back, so just follow him out to the main lobby. And for the arts and culture workshop, you are all going to be in here. So please move up close to the stage so that we can try to limit, I mean, obviously we're in the same air bubble, but we'll try to limit like sound situations. So come up close.
For anyone who's still here going to the step by step with the masses, if you are, from whatever chapter you're from, if you can bring a map, if you have a laptop, and if you can bring a map of the city that you organize in, we're gonna have some interactive activities. So if you can quickly maybe grab like some Wi-Fi and then just pull up like a Google Maps of your local organizing area, and then we can use that. But only one per chapter, please. Thank you.
setting up the slides and stuff, maybe we can go around for everyone to just introduce your name, pronouns, your org, and the medium of arts or culture you are most interested in or more skilled at or just want to explore today. Okay. Maybe you can start here with Grace and go around. Introductions. Oh, it's here.
Julie. Julie, if you want, you can talk into it. I'll turn the speakers inwards. I'll turn it down.
I mean, I only have one more thing to say. Oh, I have. So before Kuya Louis begins, I will give him a brief introduction. Um, so Louis Quiano belongs to a family of musicians and writers. He published his first book of poetry in Anakbayan entitled Encuentro or Encounters under the guidance of National Artist for Literature, Bien Lumbera. He was a member of Galian sa Atra of Tula, or GAT, a progressive creative writers group formed during martial law, originally organized by the National Artist for Literature, Virgilio Almario. He won first prize in poetry in 1997. He won first prize in poetry in 1997 entitled Paano Gumawa ang Tula ang Baguhang Makata. I don't speak Tagalog. In a national poetry contest of Home Life magazine in the Philippines. Louis also composes and writes music, the latest one produced by Porta Lab of Carl Ramirez entitled Pag-ibig, Pagsulong, Paglaban, available in Spotify, iTunes, and other online platforms. Which is dedicated to the Negros farmers. He co-edited Akdan 1, 2, and 3, a Filipino anthology writings based in Canada. He also writes scripts and hosts for Radio Migrante and TV Migrante. Last year, he was included in the Ricky Lee script writing workshop, Batch 24. He is actively involved with broad coalition of freedom-loving citizens that activates justice, freedom, and genuine democracy called Malaya Movement in Canada. So that is Kuya Louis. Okay. So
Hello. Lakas ng boses ko. My voice is clear? Okay. So, I will start first with magandang hapon sa inyo, magigiting na kabataan. I don't know if you understand that, but just good afternoon. But I'm reading from the text that I just wrote last night. So, ano ba?
Yeah. Kasi may workshoppers pa kasi.
Well, I'm so happy that you're here. Ganun lang muna. Anyways, so you have been invited to this workshop to understand the role of literature and art. When I say literature, creative writings, poetry, art, visual arts, filmmaking, photography, arts, in the context of the Philippine social and political setting. Let me share with you briefly how literature and art developed and took its form in the cultural arena of Philippine social and political crisis. This will help set the framework of our discussion and later on in our workshop. Midway in the 1960s, siguro you were not born yet, no? Because I was born probably in 2000, no kidding. Midway in the 1960s, when Philippines was in the clutches of a looming dictator, I'm not sure if you're familiar who is that person. Sino yan? Marcos. Nationalism was at its height, particularly among the students and intellectuals. In the context of the Philippine literature and art, one might say that there was a widespread consciousness in the youth at writers and artists, especially at universities like University of the Philippines, if you're familiar with that university, Ateneo, La Salle, UST, UE, where there were programs on literature and art. The youth was conscious of how the regime used literature and art to further fortify, the dictatorship or the Marcos dictatorship and its fascist rule. But the youth were also conscious of how to utilize ideology or how to use literature and art to counter the ideology of the dictator and to use their craft to push for national democracy. Ay, nandiyan na siya, no? The Marcos dictatorship was a time of repression. Nung time na yun talagang they were all repressed, oppressed. But it was also a time of youth activism. Superstar kayo eh, kaya nandito ako. Superstar ang youth, no? And repression was at an all-time high as then fascist President Marcos, like Duterte at the present time, was aggressively aiming for crushing dissent, killing or imprisoning all tag subversives, no? Pero ngayon tawag doon red tag as communist or as leftist, no? Or left-leaning writers, artists, and activists. And when Marcos declared martial law in 1972, thousands of youth activists, including writers, artists, and intellectuals, went underground and were eventually arrested by Marcos military. Actually, Chris here was imprisoned during martial law. He was a young activist at the time. So we are so proud to have Chris in the house, no? Palakpakan naman natin. But even during the time, the youth didn't need to go to an exclusive college or university in order to understand and learn the role of literature and art, as there were many workshops made available all over the country. No? Meron mga ginagawa, mga sa mga kalye, they're doing that. No? Right now, literature and art workshop and discussion is even more accessible from academic institutions, no? To circles, groups, and even in various online platforms. No, have you been attending some discussion on literature and art? Meron, ano? Yeah. Now, for writers and journalists, media workers included, artists and other cultural workers in the Philippines, the call to orient their cultural work towards serving the people also came late in the 1960s with the propagation of Mao's Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. I'm sure you're familiar with that, in 1942. And also the public lectures of Jose Maria Sison, including his messages to founding congresses of cultural organizations such as the Task of Cadres in the Cultural Field, 1971, and much later Literature and Commitment, 1983, which he addressed to the University of the Philippines Writers' Workshop from his security prison cell where he was detained by fascist Marcos regime as a political prisoner from 1977 to 1983. And this was, I'm referring to the paper of Hilacio Guillermo in 2001, Cultural Work in the Era of Free Globalization and New Social Order. This was addressed at the first assembly of International Leagues of People's Struggle in Netherlands, sometime in April to May 2001. So in a society where literature and art, mass media, and other cultural work are predominantly under the sway of big comprador and landlord interest, the question for whom plays a crucial role for serious creative workers to reevaluate their class stand and the direction of development of their art should pursue. Ganun yun eh, no? So where do you position your creation? Where do you use it? How do you use it? What is it for? Oh, I'm good at filmmaking. Oh, I write poetry. I write music. But what's the significance of all this? Hirap pala ng ganun. Tumatagilid yung Okay, so where am I? So in the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art, so next slide please, let's see that. So I have a slide here. So naku, mahirap pala, magbakado na lang ako, no? Mas maganda yan. So in the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art, Mao specifically defined the objective of literature and art to serve to operate as a powerful weapons or tools for uniting, educating the people, and help the people fight the enemy with one heart and one mind. So when we say weapons, so yun ang purpose yan, no? Weapons or tools, no? That's the purpose of your, the literature and art. But these objectives can only be attained only if we solve the problems that the creative writers and artists encounter. Next slide, please. So, one is the class stand. What's the class stand of what you do? Like, for instance, Justin. What do you do, Justin? So do you, like, you say you play guitar, and then you say, you know, you probably will compose a song. So then the question is, when I write music, so what's your class stand? What is your position? Who will represent your music? So it is important that the musicians, the artists, creative writers know their stand. And next slide, please. And our stand is that of the proletariat or the working class and of the masses. So when we say proletariat, we talk about the workers, the working class. When we talk about the masses, we talk about the peasants, right? In the Philippine context, no? Kaya nung nagsisimula ako magsulat, naku, puro, I write about love songs. I love him, I love her, so I like you, until, oh my God, nag-iba, no? So the poems, dramas, and stories, music, visual arts, and other art forms should possess ideas that highlight the strength of the masses and the working class, which they can use to fight for their rights, for the many, instead of compromising with the ideology of those in power. So you write your music, you create your thing, but you make sure that you use this to serve the people, not those in power, no? Kasi otherwise you're just letting them to be there. And ayaw natin nun, of course, right? Another problem, next slide please, is the question of attitude. So anybody, what is attitude? Next slide please. So Mao said, is one to extol or to expose? Meaning, is one to praise your work or to expose whatever that needs to be exposed? So the point here is that this is a question of attitude, and which attitude is wanted. Ano bang gusto natin? The question really is, whom are you dealing with? So dito, when we say attitude, we have three persons who read our work. And I'm sure you know that when you write your poetry of music, meron kang audience, no? Meron kang attitude, no? Pero meron kang pinag-aalayan. The task of writers and artists is to expose the duplicity, pandaraya o panlilinlang, and cruelty of the enemy of the people, and at the same time to point out the inevitability of their defeat and overthrow. Kaya siguro pag nagsasabi kayo, ibagsak, di ba? You're doing that. Bureaucrat, ibagsak. Duterte, oust, di ba? We don't like them. We don't like these people. No? So we should know, the problem of attitude. But also, when as writers and as cultural workers, we also get to engage with other people or other like the petty bees, no? Yung mga alliances natin. But how do we deal with them? Well, our engagement with them is through alliance and criticism. No, we agree with them when they praise the works of the masses, right? But we oppose them when they actually oppose the people. The next slide, please. Number 3 is the writers and artists should also solve the problem of audience. No? So the creative writers, culture workers should strive to know the people and understand them well. It means for the creative forces to familiarize and fully engage themselves in mass work, like open mass movements that include all mass action and campaigns directed against long-term problems or burning issues of the day which affects people's rights and welfare. But the point here actually is understanding their language. When you write poetry, for instance, you use their language, right? Pare, mare. You even use shit sometimes, right? You use those words because those are the language. But when you're politicized, you use them creatively, right? The F word sometimes you shoot it when you write poetry, right? But you don't complete it, you use some asterisk or whatever. But what I'm saying here is you should understand their language. That means you are with them, Otherwise, they won't believe you. No? Oh, nambobola lang mga to. No, when you write a script, you use the language of the ordinary masses. And you should understand them also. Understanding the language that is being familiar with rich and lively language of the masses. Importante yan. And the last problem that the creative writers and artists should know is, next slide please, is of course the last problem is may mga ganun pa kasi, study. No? As writers, as artists, hindi mo pwedeng gawa ka lang ng gawa niyan, no? Sabihin mo, magpipinta na lang ako, tapos sabihin ko, abstract. O ano yan? Abstract. Wow. Right? May mga ganun, di ba? Meron yan. You have to study, even the strokes, no? May mga meaning yan. Hindi yan basta ganyan lang. Hindi ito bulahan, no? It's not like that. So, here, all writers, but also, what is important here is the writers and artists should study society. Important yan, no? And in studying society, you have to study their mutual relations, yung respective conditions doon, the physiognomy, and their psychology. Physiognomy, ano yan yung, ano ba itsura ng mukha niya? Siguro kung writer ka, you would say, she speaks with, with this face, So you ask, that simply means that you know them physically. You understand everything about them. So when you express or describe in one of your characters about Mangleya or Manong Pule, you know exactly how to explain how they walk, how they talk. Next slide, please. So only when we grasp all this clearly can we have literature and art that is rich in content and correct orientation. 4 lang yun. Only 4. Next one, please. So dito na ako. So that's the literature, art, and for whom. So now at least you have an idea that literature and art should be in the service of the people. Next one, please. So the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. That is, the class which is the ruling material force of society is at the same time its ruling intellectual force. Pwede ba nating panoorin to? Do you have I don't know if you can hear no? Let's play this. Yeah, there. Okay, play. Wala siya. But what I'm trying to show here is that the current society, those who are in power, controls the ideas. So they are now the basis of everyone. When they say this soap or this Tim Hortons is tasty and very good, everybody believes. You know? So this just goes to show you how the mass media control, you know, the people in their way of life, in their thinking, in what they feel. So they control everything. And this is because it serves in their interest, no, to maintain the status quo. Okay. Next slide, please. So we can just. But we need the sound later. But we can go to the next slide. And mass media is dominated by U.S. imperialism and its cultural agents. You see, McDonald's. We have what's this? Jollibee, and look at that. So you're familiar with all this social media. Jollibee. So you eat Jollibee. It's my favorite. But the workers there are not getting paid properly. They don't get, they don't even get paid the minimum. Some of them were hired from direct from the Philippines without rights. So how can you eat Jollibee na masarap? Weird, no? Next slide, please. Oh, there. So look, even the TV shows, movies, music, books, sports, these are purveyors of pro-imperialist concepts and styles. So they propagate this. Can we hear that? Look at this guy. No, this his name. What's his name? Bruno Mars. Oh, she's a Filipino. I know. Yeah. See. But I don't know if we can hear the sound though. But yeah. Yeah. So anyway. So next slide, please. Yeah. Oh, okay. How do they maintain this?
So how is it that something like sports can maintain pro-imperialist ideas, relations? Yeah.
It's actually a question of they have the money. So they control the money. So they control the ideas. Those who have power control everything.
The Olympics.
Right.
It's you see the richest countries competing.
Or even just creating celebrity, like sports, people who play sports for fun, they're celebrities who play like more money.
And you see where their morals are.
Yeah. So whoever controls the wealth controls everything. And these are the imperialist people. And they want to protect their interests. So if I have the money, I want to maintain and protect my interests, I will control everyone. So I will control media to propagate my interests. I will control music. So everybody believes that a good music is rap. And a music about indigenous music is not. Right? Because you would say, oh, ang baduy mo naman. But actually, those regional music is the music of the people, right? But they control that because they don't want them to stage revolt against those people in power.
And if you're not controlled, they appropriate you.
That's correct. So okay, can we proceed to the next slide? Did I get to answer your? So the dominant culture forces in the Philippines play their anti-national, anti-scientific, anti-people roles against the newly emerging forces of a national, scientific, and mass culture. That's what's happening now, no? Those dominant cultural forces, when we say dominant cultural forces, this is imperialism and the church. Those are two big cultural forces that control everything that's happening right now. But like people who oppose that actually wants to use a national scientific and mass culture. They want to project the culture of the people, the culture or the music of the working class, of the peasants. Next slide, please. So here, let's hear this. This is about Jollibee. Oh, there's no sound again.
Such an easy thing to do. No, you never know. It's driving me crazy 'cause it grows. But I won't let it stop. No, I'm not giving
Bago ng puso na true love never gives up. And what does this mean? They're selling and they're selling chicken. And they're using, the Filipinos' romanticism. They're romantics. So they want you to buy their product. But behind that, like I said, those workers at Jollibee, they don't get paid well. And those are the things that you, cultural workers, should be the one doing. Writing and exposing, the conditions of these workers.
I also wonder, who the copywriter was, or who are the people profiting off of writing the script. They probably are no interest.
Right, yes. Yeah, this is just for profit. That's what it is. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. I don't know if you are familiar with the song, Tomorrow, tomorrow, I love you. Tomorrow, you're only a day away. But I said, how about if I change the lyrics and make it pro-people, pro-workers, pro-peasants? What about if I use the music to ensure that, despite repression and despite all the, the things that are being done against our people, we can give them hope that, to the victory of our struggle for a national liberation, maybe we can change this. So let's sing this song. I will sing first, and let's see. This is my last slide. But if you know the song, please, can you try it? There is one there. So I need a sound. Okay, see? See, very nice popular music. Wow, sweet. But you changed the lyrics. So this is now the Tagalog, right? Bukang liwayway, sisikat, ating kalay ay magniningas ng buong tatag. Pusong naniniwalay, di palulupig, lagablab ng paglabay, liliwanag ng buong tining. Anumang panahon at araw na darating, buo ating loob nakakamting. Bukang liwayway, sisikat, ating kalaya ay magniningas ng buong tatag. Oh, tomorrow, tomorrow, lalaya ang bayan, bukas ay kalayaan. So nag-ibang meaning, ano? Ating lakas ay magsasanib, tapang at pag-ibig para sa bayan mananaig. Hindi kailanman mag-alinlangan, buong giting at ang katapatan ay samasa. Sige, sabay kayo. Anumang panahon at araw na darating, buo ating loob nakakamting. Bukang liwayway, sisikat, ating kalayaan magniningas ng buong tatag. Oh, tomorrow, tomorrow, lalaya ang bayan, bukas ay kalayaan. Lalaya ang bayan, buong tapang lalaban, bukas ay kalayaan. Magandang hapon po at maraming salamat. Now it's different, you know, the song has no a different context. Differently, you use the form is your music, the content is different. So now it has a popular tune. You know, it could be a popular, popular culture. People can sing, but the message is there. The message is that we need to change the world, and we believe that it's only through our collective decision to change society that we can do it. We just have to have faith in the revolution. That's what it is. Salamat po. So I think the next is the workshop, and Julie. Anything you want to share or?
Yes, so this song is from Annie, the musical, right? Yeah, like Annie is very pro imperialist because it celebrates the president, right? The whole message is like how nice the president is, the U.S. president is to take in this orphan, right? Like, so do you think there's potential to just rewrite Annie and just make it?
Well, we actually reclaim the music. We reclaim it. If you sing it originally, it's for the imperialists, but when we change the lyrics, it's us. It's for the people now. Because, like I said, imperialists will use their resources to purvey their interest, to protect their interests. But here, when I change everything, we use their line, but we say, hey, tomorrow we will be free. And it's mine now. It's our music now. And that's the challenge for the artists, for writers, for script writers. The content is important. Your thoughts and feelings or form in content should be in the service of the people.
I'll just go closer. It's okay. How can you balance the need to create art and also exist in a capitalistic society? Exist in capitalist society, still make money to survive.
Well, actually, that's ideological. It's ideological. So, if you study, for example, if you want to study more about the struggles of the working class and the peasants, then you will realize it's not worth it. There are so many artists and musicians who could be superstar, right? They could be, but they decided to embrace the struggles of the working class and the peasants because they realized. But, that will take a lot of realizations, and that's what I'm saying about ideological. You have to learn it, but learning it is you go to the masses. Like I said a while ago, you go to your audience and study them, be with them, join them, and then you will realize yourself, hindi ko pala kailangan ng pera because these people, look at these people, That's the reason why we all have this. No, that's why it's not about balancing. You don't balance it. You decide which group you want to serve. Because you cannot do that. You cannot serve two masters at the same time. You either serve, you extol them, or you oppose them. You only have two choices. You either for the reaction or you're for the revolution. discussion. So if you want to share, you can actually share your thoughts. This is Alan. Hi, take charge, Alan.
I don't know about that. So I work as an illustrator for a video game company, and the way how I approach that situation for me is I use the tools that they provide me to create content for us, for the people. So when it comes to learning their techniques or even using their Photoshop or their 3D software, like I take that back and I use it for the stuff that our movement, you know what I mean? So that's how I kind of go through with it, because it is hard to live in these two worlds, right? And still have your integrity. So it's up to you to figure that out for yourself and like understand your situation and your resources.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Alan. Anybody wants to?
So that's a good question, Isabel. For us, art is a reflection of social reality. So if we're working, living in a capitalist system, a lot of us are students or who are bogged down with lots of schoolwork, or we're workers, working in food service, food industry. I'm not sure what everyone's work is or background is. But another way to think about it is that art is not separate from the lives that we live every day. And art should be a reflection of the social realities around us, exploitation and poverty, and also the struggle, our struggle every day against capitalism and imperialism. So art's not like an escape from these social realities. It's a way to expose the social realities and amplify the people's struggle against them.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I grappled with this all the time because I myself, I want to go into politics, but my mom's like, go be a lawyer. I'm like, nope, I want to do social work. It's like everyone's like, oh, so you don't want to make money, It's like, I guess, yeah. And I'm also in a lot of art scenes in Toronto, and I noticed, people hate getting political, and it's horrible. And it's because a lot of these people try to use it as an escape. So in whatever way I can to try to kind of expose that. I mean, after this, I'm going to an event tonight that's like an art networking thing. Oh, I'm gonna get very political. I'm probably gonna wear one of these shirts, and I think that definitely bringing that to other people, bringing those messages as much as you can to different spaces is definitely good, because as much as it is nice to be among us, the masses, right? To kind of clap back against people who deny who they are and want to be the imperialists, want to be like them. We need to ground them, bring them home, bring them back, Okay.
Maybe before we continue talking, we are kind of limited for time, so maybe we can continue the discussion in the breakout room. Okay. Other breakout rooms. And there's
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I've been thinking about the term cultural work a lot, as opposed to just being an artist. And for a while I thought, because I do a lot of work with domestic care workers and stuff like that, and we make art together, and they tell their stories or in their own ways, through me facilitating, photography or writing or interviewing and stuff like that. And for a while I thought that cultural work was just us amplifying our voices, but at the same time it's actually counter to imperialistic ways of telling stories, because I heard, I was reading about it, and since the 60s the CIA has had cultural committees that infiltrate Hollywood and all of these storytelling practices, and even until now it's operating in plain sight. The military pays for, funds a lot of the stuff. They get the Hollywood films get extras, they get military bases to shoot in, and all of these things are very expensive. They get for free as long as the military has full control of the narrative. So for example, Iron Man, in the comic books, it was like anti like defense contractors, and in the movie, it's just like, I love the military, you know. It's just like, and like there's like over 800 like Hollywood films exposed this way, and there's still some that we don't even know about. So like the things that are so popular in like our imaginations is actually like we think it's innocuous, but it's really not. And so like the type of community art and community cultural work that we're doing is really, really important. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Wow, that was a great discussion. Thank you, Kuli, for the talk, and thank you, everyone, for sharing your thoughts. So now we have about half an hour to play with. So we're going to quickly break out into, I want to say, like 3 groups, and kind of, respond to some of the things we're talking about today. How do we create art in service of the people? Like, let's do that right now. I guess the main topic I was thinking we could all respond to is the Congress theme itself. So, Abante Kabataan, Bumagon at Lumaban. Advance youth, rise up and fight. So how do we kind of convey that message concretely in a way that the masses can kind of understand, be inspired by, and kind of take into their lives? How do you inspire others with this message through your art form? This can also kind of take other manifestations, like through campaigns such as Aus Duterte or Activism is Not a Crime. Rise up and fight. Rise up and fight for what? Maybe if you kind of you remember what other people said their medium of art was, find those people who are similar, or Rose also wrote them down, I think. Get into maybe a group of 3. Maybe one could be like visual arts, second could be like music, maybe third is like as performance, or also writing is like maybe writing a statement, short poem, something that can be done fast, reacting to the conditions right now, and maybe we can present them back to the rest of the Congress. Okay, go. Yes. All right.
Get your ass up, landlord.
Maybe it's.
I don't know. This is just an idea. Something better. It's okay. What's my
What's the set? Is that the most? Like the left.
Hello? 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 Hi, everybody. Technically, we're supposed to go on break, but if you want to continue working, you have until 3:30. Okay? So you don't have a real break, but your break is to continue working. Okay? 3:30. Hello, hello. All the art folks, I know that you're doing really wonderful work. I will give you 2 minutes, please, to finalize. And then we'll put the art at the back of the stage for now to let it dry. And if we could rearrange the chairs back in regular formation so we can continue our program. Woohoo! Also, in terms of break, there is snacks. There's puto over there from the food committee. There might be some Krispy Kreme donuts left. Fight for them. Yeah.
Hello. No.
Oh, this is working? It's on. That looks on. Maybe we'll put them.
Oh my god, I don't even have a
Are you trying to project right now?
Can the folks doing the arts and culture workshop start cleaning up, please? We're going to try to get started, get everyone back and seated in about 5 minutes. So please wrap up. If you need a space, you can put any prop materials here on the stage.
Hello, everybody. I know. Please start sitting down again in the chairs. And then if you have kasamas in the hallway and they are going to be joining us, please ask them to come into the room. Thank you. Filipino time.
That's right. That's right. What happened any other way?
You don't have AIA? We're at 3. So it's all direct messages. And we're talking. Thanks for asking. Sorry. Talking to you. Thanks for asking for your acorn.
Take pictures.
Thank you for asking acorn.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you have the email, if you want, are there solidarity messages tomorrow?
What, sorry?
Are there like because there's more messages tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you email her today.
Sure.
If you want, like you don't have to.
We're good? What's a good chant? I feel like we've done it so many times. How do you get people's attention now? Isang bagsak! Isang bagsak! Sorry, tatlong bagsak! Alright. Cool. All right, so how are the workshops, y'all? Come on, how are the workshops, y'all? Amazing. Hope you guys learned a lot. I hope you guys shared your experiences in your chapters and had really awesome discussions. We are now going to be diving into solidarity messages from allied organizations, so Filipino organizations as well as non-Filipino organizations that love the work that we're doing, support the work that we're doing. So get excited to hear from other people other than us. Yay.
So the first person we're going to have come up is going to be a live statement on behalf of Bayan Canada. Oh no, it's Tito Perry. Hey. Yeah, so maraming salamat. Please come up to the, you want to be here or you want to come up?
I stand up. Isang mainit na pagbati sa inyong lahat. On behalf of Bayan Canada, I convey my warmest greetings of solidarity and congratulations to the organizers, leaders of AB, to the young people and students who are gathering this weekend for the Anakbayan Canada Congress. Bayan, thank you for taking up the challenge to be part in the struggle of the Filipino people. As Filipino youth and students in a foreign land, you have been witnesses to the challenges of the people forced to migrate due to unemployment, extreme poverty, displacement, and political repression in our country. You are witnesses to how your parents and your loved ones face discriminatory and exploitative policies and practices here in Canada. But you are not only witnesses. You yourselves are victims of the vicious labor export policy or program of the Philippine government. You yourselves face discrimination in Canada. You feel the impacts of the policies of the governments of the Philippines and Canada. Anakbayan is a name rich in meaning and history. You are the sons and daughters of the Filipino people. Be committed and persevere so that Anakbayan can further expand and rally more students, youth, and children of migrant workers against tyranny in the Philippines. Ipinakita ng Anakbayan na ang lakas ng kabataan ay tiyak magiging mabisa kung ito ay magsasanib sa puwersa ng batayang sektor sa lipunan ng Pilipinas. Hindi po sapat na magalit lamang sa nangyayari sa lipunan. Dapat din tayong kumilos para baguhin ito. Dapat mangahas gawing posible ang imposible. Hindi matakot sa panganib dahil nakasandal tayo sa lakas ng masa. Sabi nga ni Mong Palatino, ang maging miyembro ng Anakbayan ay matapang, makabayan, mapanuri, palaban, at siyempre, masarap magmahal. Desperado ang kaaway na biguin ang makatuwirang pinaglalaban ng Anakbayan. Ang sagot ng Estado ay karahasan. Pero sa kabila ng mga atake, patuloy na lumalawak ang Anakbayan sa loob at labas ng Pilipinas. Mabuhay ang Anakbayan sa Canada! Mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino! Aos Duterte! Marcos Duterte, wakasan na!
Thank you so much. Maraming salamat, Tito Perry from Bayan Canada. Next, we will be having a pre-recorded solidarity message from Migrante Canada.
Congratulations to Anakbayan on your second National Congress. The people's struggle is our struggle. Let's keep the active. Congratulations to Anakbayan on your second National Congress. The people's struggle is our struggle. Let's keep the activism alive in our hearts and in our deeds. I am happy to know that the Anakbayan members are actively participating and helping with vigilante events. Anakbayan, you are the next generation of justice activists, and it is very important for you to know the sacrifices and the struggle of your grassroots movements. That struggle won't stop on its own if you don't do the right thing. In behalf of Migrante Canada, Abante Kabataan, bumangon at lumaban.
All right, next we're going to invite up the Immigrant Workers Center of Montreal, if they're here. Oh. Is it? Can you come read this?
In solidarity to the Second Congress of Anakbayan Canada, we organizers of the Immigrant Workers Center in Quebec City and Montreal wish to convey our warmest greetings to the Second Congress of Anakbayan. We congratulate all young Filipinos for having taken up the struggle of the Filipino masses in their home country for national democracy and an end to the Comprador U.S. Duterte regime. We regard in a positive light the organizing efforts of the Filipino people here in Canada. Anakbayan, as well as many organizations of the Filipino masses, are growing. We hope your Second Congress will strengthen your unity, organization, and help to further the cause of national liberation and democracy in the Philippines amongst the workers and youth of Canada. Against the onslaught of reactionary forces, organization is our most precious weapon. And in this vein, it is to the merit of Anakbayan to have taken up the correct and urgent task of organizing the youth. As a group who organizes migrant and immigrant workers here in Quebec, we have many points in common with Anakbayan. Though the exploitation faced by the workers here is different to that faced by the people in the Philippines, the root causes of this exploitation is the same: global imperialism, and more specifically, the Western imperialist alliance headed by the US, in which Canada is a major actor. In fact, it is the same monopolist bourgeoisie, the same small group of a few thousand multimillionaires and billionaires who owns both the capital of domestic industries, in which migrant workers here are robbed of their labor, as well as the major Canadian mining operations in the Philippines, which serve as part of the material basis for the continued national oppression of this country. As organizations of the people, be it of the Filipinos, of other migrants, or of working class people born in, or immigrated here in Canada, we must strengthen our bonds, as our struggles are not only connected, they are the same struggle. Isang bagsak para sa Anakbayan sa Canada. Imperialismo ibagsak. Mabuhay ang Anakbayan.
Thank you so much. Next, we're going to have a pre-recorded message from Connie Ledesma.
Isang mapulang pagbati sa inyong lahat. Congratulations to the leadership and membership of Anakbayan Canada on the occasion of your second General Assembly. The theme of your assembly is very fitting, Abante kabataan, bumangon at lumaban. The situation in the Philippines today calls for the youth, those in the Philippines, and Filipino youth in different parts of the world to rise up and fight, to join the youth in the Philippine struggle for a just and democratic Philippines. A Philippines free of imperialist domination and where peasants own the land they till and the country is developing because there is national industrialization. The pandemic in the Philippines is not only the COVID pandemic. There is the pandemic of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, which continues to oppress and exploit the Filipino people. When I was thinking of what I was going to say today, I remembered what George Bernard Shaw is supposed to have said. Youth is wasted on the young. You have proven him wrong. You have joined a vibrant national democratic movement that has been waging the national democratic struggle for over 50 years. Red tagging, arrests, false charges, even martyrdom are some of the risks of the struggle. But there are also great moments of victories, achievements, and developing lifelong friendships. In facing the many challenges that come your way, respond to it with creativity, daring, and imagination. No matter how difficult the situation, meet it unafraid. That is what militant youth do. A major challenge for you today is to draw in as many youth to join you and to participate in the national democratic movement. I wish you great strength and courage as you plan and face the tasks ahead of you. Abante kabataan, bumangon at lumaban. Makibaka, huwag matakot.
Hi. Hi. I'm Lara. I moved the slides forward and backward. But I also wanted to introduce Tita Connie for anyone who doesn't know her already. So Connie Ledesma is a member of the National Democratic Front of the Philippines negotiating panel. She has been living in exile in Holland for a very long time, but she actually was a former nun. She got involved in social issues and then was actually she is actually the international representative now of Makibaka, which is a revolutionary women's organization in the Philippines. And if you've ever seen the movie Sister Stella L, sometimes people say that it was based on her life. But anyway, she's a great, I guess, representative of our movement for national democracy in the Philippines.
Thanks, Lara. Woo! Next, we will have a pre-recorded message from Anakbayan Melbourne.
Ako po si Alexia Fuentes ng Anakbayan Melbourne. On behalf of our kasamas in Australia, particularly in Melbourne or NAM, of the Wurundjeri people, the original custodians of the land we are on, and whose sovereignty was never ceded, we give warm and militant greetings to our kasamas over in Anakbayan, Canada. We congratulate you on your successful Second National Congress. This is only proof that the youth all over the Philippines and across the entire diaspora are continuing to organize, arouse, and mobilize to create a vibrant resistance to tyranny and fascism back home and everywhere else. We are with you every step of the fight. Many more will join us in the struggle as they see the rotten system under Duterte fall apart. And even more will come to the front lines and the streets to oppose Marcos's bid to return to power. Long live international solidarity. Abante, kabataan, bumangon at lumaban. Advance youth, rise up and fight. Lumalakas, lumalawak, lumalaban, Anakbayan. Maraming salamat po.
All right. So just quickly before our next solidarity speaker, I just want to say the reason that we're showing these statements and that we're having them is because we recognize the importance of international solidarity. I think everyone, especially those who are in that solidarity workshop we just had, we recognize how important it is to draw these lines between oppressed peoples, other peoples in semi-colonies and neo-colonies, the working class of Canada, the worker and peasant masses of the Philippines are united in an anti-imperialist struggle. And we know that our movement, the Filipino movement, is actually admired around the world for our advanced political line and our ability to broadly unite progressive forces to support people's rights in the Philippines. So with that, I'd like to welcome a live statement from the Communist Party of Canada, Marxist-Leninist.
Hello, can you hear me? Here, can you hear me? I want to talk about solidarity and what it means to me and to our party. I just came from 2 actions. One action was about the Halifax International Security Forum, where Philippine military people are participating. That forum has been going on for more than 15 years, and increasingly Filipino military representatives are participating. That forum is about the US and NATO laying plans of how to deal with China and Russia, and also how to deal with the Indo-Pacific region. That's one event that I went to. The next event was in support of the Wet'suwet'en people in British Columbia, who have faced very courageously the brutality of the Canadian state, and in particular, the paramilitary forces of the RCMP. Now, what's interesting in that event was we had indigenous people speaking, and about 200 people showed up. The last speaker was from the Toronto Labor Council, who said, among other things, I'm a person of color and I'm in solidarity with you, and you have the solidarity of 240,000 workers in Toronto who are behind you. So I have to ask the question, where are the 240,000 people? And you hear this over and over again. So to me, when somebody says, I represent 240,000 people and I'm the only one here, solidarity means shit. Okay? Solidarity means I am involved in your struggle and you are involved in mine. I really appreciated the speaker from the Montreal Migrant Worker Center who said that it was one struggle. You know, the Secretary General of Bayan, Ria, spoke at an online event that our party organized yesterday. And she spoke very well, and I think one of the main things that comes out is the heroic legacy and revolutionary heritage that you, young people, have inherited from the Filipino people. Filipino people that number almost, a million in Canada, are mostly workers. But the only way you're going to be able to tell your story about what's going on in the Philippines is to be part of the struggle here. I do not know how many of you know that the government of Ottawa is building an anti-communist monument. I can tell you, a government that is funding and building that monument doesn't give a shit about the Duterte government going after the communists in the Philippines. Therefore, your fight to oppose that monument is a contribution to the fight to defend the CPP, which without the CPP, the Filipino people have no direction. And without the NPA to defend the people, what do you have? Ours is a sister party of the CPP. We consider the CPP the most decisive factor in the Filipinos' modern struggle for liberation. It is not easy to have a political party with a revolutionary theory and leadership. It's not easy to organize a force like the NPA. So you are the inheritors of all those things. But I say to you, solidarity means also not only dealing with the situation in the Philippines, it means as Canadians and as patriotic Filipino youth living here, you also have to involve yourself in the struggles of the Canadian people. The Canadian workers are the decisive factor that you have to influence, you have to be a part of, to make a contribution to the Filipino struggle. That's what I want to say. The other thing I want to say is, regarding the petition, regarding the anti-communist monument, there's an organization called COAT, C-O-A-T, in Canada, mostly made up of senior citizens like myself, who have organized an online petition. We want to, the people that organized it, COAT said they wanted 1,945 signatures on the petition because that's the end of the Second World War. So I'm trying to organize 20,000 names on the petition because I think the petition can help inform people of what the monument is, because the monument is also funded by Eastern European anti-communist fascist organizations in Canada that came after the war. If you were a communist, you were a part of the resistance in the Second World War, it was very difficult to come to Canada. If you were a Nazi, they'll bring you in. 2,000 Nazis of the SS Waffen were brought here, and some of their relatives and friends are the ones behind these organizations, the anti-communist organizations. So I brought the hard copy of the petition to share around. I hope you'll sign it. If you want me to send you the link, just put an X by your name, please, and I'll send it to you. Thank you so much for listening to me. Our struggle is your struggle, and your struggle is ours. Salamat! Now, I was born in Malaysia, which is a neighbor of the Philippines, and Anakbayan, some of the words in Tagalog I think came from the Malay, and so anak means child. So when I'm thinking about Anakbayan, I'm thinking of Rosie and Fatima as small people. But with lots of energy, good luck with your struggle. We are one with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm going to circulate the petition. Please sign it, okay? And I'm going to wait in the back. I'm going to have a coffee and a snack.
The next solidarity message we have is pre-recorded, and it's from the Anti-Imperialist Alliance of Ottawa. It's an alliance of organizations who are anti-imperialist.
Hello, comrades. The Anti-Imperialist Alliance is honored to have the opportunity. Hello, comrades. The Anti-Imperialist Alliance is honored to have the opportunity to address the Conference of Anakbayan Canada. Warm and congratulatory greetings to all who are able to attend. Anakbayan Ottawa is a critical organization in our community, and we have had the privilege of working closely with them, supporting one another's organizing over the last few years. AB members helped to found AIA and continue to be among the most active and dedicated comrades working towards the growth of the anti-imperialist movement in Ottawa. We salute our comrades in the Anakbayan Ottawa and all of Anakbayan Canada and extend our wishes for a successful Congress. We also acknowledge the tremendous achievements of the National Democratic Movement. Forged through decades of liberation struggle and constant refoundation and renewal among the masses of people, the revolutionary forces in the Philippines set a standard of discipline, sacrifice, and struggle that all the world's people can learn from. A clear path has been set out by the National Democratic Movement, the path of militant anti-imperialism, of national and social liberation, of working class power, and of genuine people's government. We believe that this path is the way forward to a world freed from the global parasitic structures of imperialism and capitalism. We are in times of unending economic crisis. The capitalists and the imperial core have proven themselves unable to bail themselves out of the broken systems that they have created. In times like these, the necessity of revolution becomes even clearer. The revolutionary example set by the National Democratic Movement stands before the working and oppressed people of the world. As we know from October of 1917, the liberation of a single country has the potential to start a wave of liberation and transform every corner of the world. May the Filipino people achieve the revolutionary liberation of their country, and may the resulting wave of proletarian power engulf all the world. Thank you, and long live international solidarity.
Next, we will have a solidarity statement from ICHIRP, the International Coalition of Human Rights in the Philippines.
Get up here, Christine. And Sarah. Ano? 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi, we are part of, well, we are in the standing committee, which is like an EC of the International Coalition for Human Rights in the Philippines. Thank you for giving us time to give solidarity message. My name is Sarah, and this is?
I'm Christine.
So raspy. So the ICHIRP Canada, which is the national body, we actually, what we do is we work with different organizations, whether they are Filipino or non-Filipino, who are interested in human rights in the Philippines, basically. And what we do is work with legal, national, local, national, and international government bodies and international bodies. So we actually talk with our MPs, we talk with different federal bodies here in Canada as well as in the UN, right? And the big thing that we have done in the recent year is Investigate PH. You have probably heard of it, right? I've seen nods, yeah. And I think for Anakbayan, an ND organization, can really use the information that is there at Investigate PH. The reports that are there, there's 3 reports. Shout out to Ryan, who is part of ICHIRP Global, actually at the back. We are so glad to be part of the 2nd Congress of Anakbayan Canada. And we encourage the young people to look into the data, the information from Investigate PH, because indeed the numbers there, the information there, find the stories behind those, you know. It's numbers, there's like 200 pages worth of reports there. Find the numbers, make a campaign out of it. And right now, we are looking into the mining situation and making Canada accountable to what's going on, to how they are implicit to human rights violation through Canadian mining in the Philippines, right? You've probably heard of it and have participated in the campaign Canada-wide. And also moving forward, we also want to look into how Canada contributes to, military and intelligence support to the Philippine military and police. So those are some of the things that in ICHIRP Canada or ICHIRP ICHIRP Global looks into. But for an ND organization like the youth, you can take the human rights perspective higher, you can look at it in the anti-imperialist perspective and look at it in that way. You can take it further. You can look into how your organizations, what it means for your organization. So I guess that's what we want to say. I don't know if Christine has anything to add, but as graduates, we recently had our conference like a month ago in Vancouver, and we just had our, 2nd Congress Annual General Assembly as well. So we have tote bags, and they are at the table over there. They are $20. You can come check it out and put all the other merch that you have bought inside this. And last thing, we are very proud graduates of Anakbayan in our different regions, from Toronto, Anakbayan Toronto, and from Ottawa. Ottawa, yeah. And we're so glad, we're so happy where Anakbayan Canada has, kung ano nang naabot ng Anakbayan Canada. So we're so happy to see many new faces, and you're engaging different generations of Filipino youth here in Canada. So Padayon, Sulong, and Abante. Ano ba yan? Kabataan, bumangon, at lumaban! Maraming salamat.
Salamat kasama.
Next, we're going to have a presentation from the MRCC, Migrant Resource Center in Canada.
I'm nervous. Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Fatima. I'm a staff person with the Migrants Resource Center Canada, and we'd like to extend our congratulations to Anakbayan Canada on your second Congress. Good job, y'all. Anakbayan Toronto here locally has been, for those who aren't familiar with, MRCC is a migrants institution based here out of Toronto. Anakbayan Toronto has been very supportive of our work. We work hand in hand in conducting outreach efforts. Anakbayan Toronto has been very crucial in helping us with some of our projects, like our Impact Volunteer Training Workshop, as well as our current project called Community Something for Empowerment, I'm sorry. Community Action and Response for Empowerment. So that's a project where we're going out into the community, helping to support temporary foreign workers. And Anakbayan's been around, a lot of them are Tagalog speaking, they come to see people. So that's Anakbayan Toronto's role in that, and we thank you for that. And I guess here, as the Migrants Resource Center Canada, what I wanted to talk about is that, as a service institution, our role is to uplift the voices of migrant workers. But the work of the MRCC came out of the vibrant community organizing, and specifically the migrant organizing that's been happening here in Toronto over the past decade. And we view migrants as a continuum. They're not just a client, but and they're not just numbers, but they have their own agency too, right? And our role is to improve the lives of migrants by advancing their rights and dignity while working and living here in Canada. But our role, is more along the back seat, right? After they come to us, where then do they go? They go to you, the mass organizations, the people's organizations. So together, we look to you as people who come from organizing world, as fellow organizers, to continue that struggle, to show them what it's like to bring in the masses together, to learn about collective life, to learn about collective action, and to also struggle for collective victory. So just a long story short, I've been in the nonprofits for a very long time. And my consciousness came from being in Anakbayan. Here in Anakbayan, you learn about the struggle of the people here. You learn about the struggle back home. You learn about its connections. You learn about other migrant workers. And you see that there is a common enemy. And it is up to you, new Anakbayan people, to continue this, right? So I encourage you after today to take what you're learning, not just to your respective chapters, but to take it to your work, take it to your schools, take it to your families. Because from there, the masses, they'll protect us, and together we'll end the system of forced migration, and together we'll win. Mabuhay Anakbayan! Kabataan unite! Fight for people's rights! Kabataan unite! Fight for people's rights! Kabataan unite! Fight for people's rights! Salamat! Also, echoing the sentiments of Sarah and Christine, my first activity was Anakbayan Congress in 2016. I had no idea what was happening. I was super overwhelmed. If you're overwhelmed too, that's okay. Talk to your respective chapters. So, yeah, have fun. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite Divi up from the Student Christian Movement.
Hi everyone, can you hear me okay? Awesome. So my name's Divi and I'm part of the Student Christian Movement of Canada. AB and AB affiliates have been very significant these past few years in my personal growth, both as an organizer and someone working in nonprofits, and also as a Filipino youth. I continue to learn so much from all of you, and I'm truly appreciative of our relationships, both organizationally between the SCM and AB, as well as between my individual relationships with many of you. To see the camaraderie here, the friendship and bond over the fight for justice is truly sacred. I'm honored to have been invited to witness and partake in it. As an SEMer and a follower of Christ, I believe in the fight that Anakbayan is a part of. We heard stories of activists, including clergy, nuns, persecuted in the Philippines for following their call to serve people, and we mourn over that. We mourn over all that has been lost and for the struggle that persists today, but we also hope. Seeing all of you helps us hope. We hope for heaven on earth and for victory over death and destruction, over greed and corruption, and we fight. We fight for this heaven on earth. We fight in support of liberation of all, and we fight in solidarity with you. The SCM is blessed to be in relationship and solidarity with AB. I'm hopeful to see where this solidarity takes us. Thank you.
And last, but certainly not least, we have a pre-recorded message from OCHIRP. So I think that's the Ottawa Coalition for Human Rights in the Ontario Coalition for Human Rights in the Philippines in Ottawa.
I would like to extend a revolutionary greeting and solidarity to the comrades in Anakbayan. The dedication to work Anakbayan shows is truly inspiring to us all. To see the growth of your National Assembly from 2016 to today is something that's incredible. Filipino youth are on the front lines of the progressive movement and some of the strongest defenders of human rights in the Philippines. Congratulations to Anakbayan and your newest Congress. We're looking forward to the amazing work that you all will continue to be doing, and we look forward to the continued revolutionary friendship between us. Long live international solidarity and long live Anakbayan.
And actually, one more. We are going to have a last solidarity statement from Olivia on behalf of CPSO.
Hi, Olivia. Hey. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm Olivia. On behalf of CPSO, I just wanted to say congratulations to Anakbayan Canada on your second National Congress, Abante Kabataan. This Congress is an accumulation of all the hard work that the Filipino youth and student sector have put in here since the first chapter was formed in the early 2010s. But it's also a beginning of a new period of revolutionary resistance here on Turtle Island, on lands occupied by the Canadian settler state, and on lands where an occupying elite benefits from the poor conditions of the Filipino people to exploit the land and the labor. And it's through the recognition of these realities that CPSO was formed. We're an organization of both Filipinos and non-Filipinos, and we're bent on exposing the state of relations between our nations and to arouse non-Filipinos living in Canada to recognize the national situation in the Philippines so we can lend our voices to support the cries of the masses against their oppression. And we aim to do this by building people-to-people relationships, sectoral relationships, and we achieve this by working with the Filipino people who have organized over here overseas, including Anakbayan. Since CPSO is only in Toronto, we mostly work with Anakbayan Toronto, and together we've done campaigns to provide financial support after the Hurricane Raleigh relief for that. We've also done a lot of political events together, like PSONA, supporting PSONA and martial law commemoration, Human Rights Day, and together we're working on building our local ILPS chapter also. We also work together to reach out in solidarity to organized groups here in Toronto and help them recognize how their oppression is tied to Filipino liberation, and acting in solidarity with that national democratic movement can only strengthen people's movements everywhere. And I just want to say, a lot of the time CPSO members, especially those of us that are non-Filipino, get asked, why do we care so much about the Philippines? And I know from quotes that we have from all of our members, we take so much inspiration from the unity and the resilience and the internationalism of the National Democratic Movement, and that includes the YS sector, and Anakbayan Canada, all of you. Really looking forward to working with Anakbayan Canada in the future, and again, congrats on the Congress. Long live the Filipino youth, and long live the Filipino people. Long live the Filipino youth! Long live the Filipino people! Woo! Thank you.
Big thank you to also, Big thank you to the Ways and Means Committee, who have been moving people and things around. Olivia's part of that. So just want to say a big thank you to the logistics folks and Toast, who's there in the back. Thank you so much. Abante, kabataan, palaban militante. Abante, kabataan, palaban militante. Abante, kabataan, palaban militante. Woo! So it's 4:21. We're gonna jump right into our workshop presentations. We're nearing the end of the day. Woo, exciting. So I'd like to invite folks who have been assigned to report back from their respective workshops to come up and share what they've learned. You can keep it short, like 5 maybe to 8 minutes, just so we can 3 to 5 minutes. So just a quick report back on what you learned, what you discussed, and any action items that came out of your workshop discussions. So let's start with maybe step by step. If someone wants to come up and report back from the step-by-step workshop.
Hey everyone, can you hear me? Oh, okay, there we go, I got it. I'm Gabby, I'm from Anakbayan.